I think that the Bloc and the NDP are on the same page here. We want to hold the government to account to ensure that the export of thermal coal, their promise to prohibit by 2030, becomes a reality while ensuring the rights and the transition of workers are respected. So I understand that in the previous meeting there was some concern over the wording of must, and what's come back is that may is a standard way to address the bit of
My sincere
yeah.
apologies, Ms. Zerillo. I just want to confirm: are you presenting the same sub amendment that was put forward by Mr. McGregor at the last meeting, or is this something new?
It's similar, but it's new. It's after it was passed by of legal counsel, so it's new, and that the wording is new.
So before we do that, we would need to ask for consent to
Okay.
get rid of the previous sub amendment before we can entertain the new sub amendment that you're putting forward.
Okay, so I guess when I say the new sub amendment, I'm just looking at the word must and may. I understand that it caused a little bit of discussion last meeting, so I'm not sure that it's the full. Oh, and then I'm hearing that it was withdrawn in the last meeting. That sub amendment was withdrawn in the last meeting.
And it wasn't withdrawn, but and just to be clear, you'd be presenting the same one but replacing the word may with must. Is that correct, Mr. Rillo?
Well, there's also a date change, so let's just withdraw the whole other one, and I'm gonna be tabling another one.
Okay. Do we have
Thank
unanimous
you for that.
consent to withdraw the amendment put forward by Mr. McGregor at the previous meeting? I see a thumbs up. It is
Oh,
withdrawn.
that's great. Thank you so much.
And so you would like to put this one forward, Mr. Rillo, correct?
Yes, and I think everyone should have a copy. Do they, Mr. Chair?
I'm just confirming that, Mr. Rillo. I'll be right with you.
Mm-hmm.
We received it and we are going to distribute it to all members right now. Yeah.
Okay, so can I go ahead and read it, Mr. Chair?
Please do in the meantime. Thank you, Mr. Rillo.
Okay. The motion Block 5 proposing to amend Clause 120 of Bill C-33 by adding subsection 3 after line 30 on page 77 be amended by, and my dog wants to get into this today, A, replacing regulations made under paragraph 1A must prohibit with the following. The governor and council may make regulations respecting the prohibition of B, adding the following after subsection 1.1. And I'm just going to, okay, 1.2. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna mute.
We're fine with it, Mr. Rillo, as long as you tell us what the dog's name is.
I am so sorry, and there's no one home to put that dog in out of the so. All right. Can I continue, or is it very loud there?
It's actually not that loud, Mr. Rillo. Just,
Okay.
I think we're okay.
So 1.2, in making regulations under subsection 1.1, the governor and council must consult with relevant trade unions on ways to protect port workers who will be affected by the regulations, including by providing for continued collective bargaining, for the respect of collective agreements, for the creation of alternate opportunities in the marine transportation sector, and for pension bridging.
Sorry, Mr.
1.3,
Rillo, to cut you off once again. I don't think you're reading the version that we have. I just want to confer with the clerk. It's the old one. So just give us one sec here. Apologies, Ms. Zerillo, the NDP had sent the wrong version to the clerk, which was distributed to all members. Therefore, you're reading off the wrong one. So give us just a second here while we make sure that the right version is distributed to all members, and then you can read that off and we can have the discussion. Thanks for your patience. The clerk's actually telling me it may take a couple of minutes, so we're going to suspend for 5 minutes. This meeting is suspended. So, Ms. Cirillo, we do have the correct version distributed to members, so I will turn the floor back over to you to read the new version of the amendment, of the sub-amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for their patience on this one. So the motion block 5 proposed to amend clause 120 of Bill C-33 by adding subsection 3 after line 30 on page 77 be amended by A, replacing regulations made under paragraph 1A must prohibit with the following. The governor and council may make regulations respecting the prohibition of. B, adding the following after subsection 1.1. 1.2, in making regulations under subsection 1.1, the governor and council must consult with relevant trade unions on ways to protect port workers who will be affected by the regulations, including by providing for continued collective bargaining for the respect of collective agreements, for the creation of alternative opportunities in the marine transportation sector, and for pension bridging. 1.3, regulations made under subsection 1.1 must provide for the prohibition of the loading and unloading of thermal coal to and from ships in a port no later than December 31st, 2030. 1.4, if no regulations are made under subsection 1.1 within 48 months after the day on which this section comes into force, the minister must cause a report stating the reasons that no regulations have been made and establishing a schedule for making regulations to be laid before each House of Parliament on any of the first 10 days on which that House is sitting after the expiry of that 48-month period. And as I was saying earlier, Mr. Chair, I think that this is the NDP and the Bloc are on the same page on this, and this is an opportunity to provide fairness for workers and still allow the government their obligation to phase out by 2030.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cirillo. We'll turn the floor over to Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Cirillo. That's, I think, a great sub-amendment. But I got a question through you, Mr. Chairman, to staff, to the team over at the end of the table. Two things. One, first question is, isn't this already happening? And my second question, and I'll ask it right away so that in fairness, that way there might be a connection between the two, is that why it says the governor and council says may instead of shall in the original part of it. Is there a difference? Is that standard? I get some clarity on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Badaway. Ms. Heft.
With respect to your question on why the use of may, the Governing Council may make regulations as a standard formulation for regulation making. It empowers the Governor and Council to make regulations specifically respecting a general area or subject matter, which will include potentially more than just the prohibition. It could include elements to lead to the prohibition or address potential unintended consequences that are within sort of the scope of the prohibition itself or within the other subject matters that are listed under the Governor and Council's responsibility in the CMA specifically. So it's standard formulation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect of the first part of Mr. Badaway's question, I would just note that the regulatory development process requires, as part of its development process, a robust consultation, including the development of a regulatory impact analysis statement, which is included in the Gazette. This would include all interested or impacted, normally all impacted groups as part of that process. In respect of the particular amendment that was read out, I would just note that there are some elements of that amendment that I am not sure Transport Canada would actually be able to address in respect of regulation towards collective bargaining or pension, as these are private sector employees under a collective agreement with a private sector employer although the Canada Labor Code does govern that relationship as part of a federally regulated sector. So that would be I think our commentary on that particular amendment.
So just to be clear on this, although the sub-amendment states that it must protect port workers who will be affected by regulations, including by providing for continued collective bargaining, that would not be under the purview of Transport Canada. That would be under the purview of the group that's actually bargaining, private sector, the organization, the company, whoever it may be, and the union. Just to be clear, Transport Canada would have no part to play in that process. They wouldn't play the part of a facilitator or a mediator or nothing like that unless it was actually looked at in terms of the minister bringing it forward as bringing a mediator in, and it might be even the Minister of Labor that would be doing that, not the Minister of Transport. And then the second part of it is with respect to collective agreements, the creation of alternative opportunities in the marine transportation sector for the pension bridging. So just to be clear, this is not an area that Transport Canada would involve themselves in. It will be more between the union and the folks that the union is bargaining with.
Yes, that is my understanding, subject to any requirements of other federal legislation, but that would be outside of the purview of Transport Canada. It may be raised in the context of a consultation process. However, Transport Canada would not necessarily be the have the legislative authority to actually address any of those.
And thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, last question is with respect to during the consultation process, obviously a lot would be said, a lot would be learned between the two groups discussing the different issues. How would Transport Canada then play a part in bringing that message to the actual collective bargaining process? Would they include the folks? Would it be all inclusive in terms of who's around that table? Or would it be a communication that TC would send out to the different groups that may not be at the table? Bottom line, I guess the question, Ms. Reid, is that how would they actually communicate the consultation that they're having with the union to those that the union's actually bargaining with?
I think a regulatory amendment is in draft form. There's a regulatory impact assessment. It goes through a first stage in terms of Canada Gazette, which gives all other implicated parties an opportunity to provide additional input in respect of the outcome of that regulatory impact analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Badaway. Mr. Strahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think to quote Mr. Badaway, is this what's already being done? I think that's the point that we've been trying to make now for several meetings, is that the government has made this commitment to phase out thermal coal by 2030, however you want to define that, is January 1st or December 31st, 2030. I note the new date now. But again, the concern continues to be that by putting an amendment, and we just heard how Transport Canada doesn't have the authority or isn't the right government department to ensure that workers are protected, etc. It's not which is why I think we've been arguing that this C-33 is not the right piece of legislation to try to shoehorn this prohibition into. This work is being done. The negotiations are taking place. The consultations are taking place between the affected groups to ensure that there is a transition plan, that they are working with Environment Canada, Natural Resources to develop plans that will respect contracts, respect workers, respect international contracts and law and trade agreements and all the things that we've raised in the last number of meetings. So this sub-amendment talks about there's no, in 1.4, if no regulations are made under subsection 1.1 within 48 months. So it's essentially saying the Governor and Council, the Cabinet must If they don't, there's this accountability function. If they don't do this within 4 years, so again, we're now advancing the transition a number of years, where if this law comes into force, which we assume that it will in 2024, what this amendment is saying is that by 2028 there must be regulations in place, or the cabinet or the government of the day has to table in the House and the Senate the reasons why they have not got the job done. So we're talking now about 2028 being this accelerated transition phase again, and then that going back to 1.3, it says it must be done by 2030. But again, I read this as having, again, with this prohibition being tacked onto this bill, that we are talking about any time between royal assent and now 2030, with a slap on the wrist or a public humiliation or an explanation before the House and Senate as to why haven't you already banned this. So I think once again we are talking about accelerating the phase out by a number of years with this amendment, and it doesn't force the government to do it within 48 months, but it does create an incentive for them to accelerate it faster than has been laid out by the government. So I think it's a nice try to try to let the workers know that they will be consulted with, which is part of the regulatory process already. So I would say that this is redundant in parts and certainly doesn't provide the protection that workers are actually looking for, which is that they will be given the time frame that has been promised to them to make that transition from thermal coal, in the case of West Shore terminals, as we've talked about, to potash. So that's my first concern, is that this actually is still, with this amendment or the sub-amendment, pushing this forward, accelerating it by a significant percentage, going from 6 or 7 years to 4 is not insignificant. And the second point is, and this is that there appear to be several other amendments that are going to deal with the first part of this, and so I'm not sure how to handle this, Mr. Chair. We're going to how it works when an individual who has proposed an amendment, which is now being sub-amended, has proposed now more amendments. But perhaps Mr. Barcelou Duval can chat with us, chat about his plan here. But it appears as though we're now sub-amending an amendment that itself may be withdrawn or amended. So I think we're going to really have to, by the end of this, pause for a moment and get a very, very clear picture of what we're actually considering at this point, given the flurry of back and forth that it appears will happen on this section. We continue to believe that the amendment and the sub-amendment are unnecessary, and that this work is already underway. We've been told it's underway by both the union and the company. I have no reason to doubt them on that. And so I think we are now into, I don't know which meeting this is, discussing this, because it's, I think, a misplaced place to try to insert this ban in a transport bill when it should be dealt with at Environment Canada and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Strahl. Je vais donner la parole à Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Over to you, Mr. Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've had opportunity to really discuss until now about Block 5, the amendment, and I really have no intention to add to the substantial proposals that have been made already. But what I'd like to say is I would like to commend the NDP's attempts with the sub-amendments, which are made with the desire to make as much compromise as possible in order to get as much buy-in from the table as possible. I'd like to commend that approach. However, what I'd like to observe is that in spite of this, I feel like it weakens the Block 5 because the issue of coal is urgent. Our roadmap for 2030 is too long. However, we need to make sure that government we need to make sure that they follow through on their promises. I think the relevance of Block 5 as initially submitted, as well as the amendments, I think is better than nothing. And as long as this is not done, or as long as it remains a promise, at least if it's enshrined in a law, at least it's going to have more force. And I think it will be one step in the right direction. As far as the amendments are concerned, the subsequent amendments, which were tabled to the committee, are concerned. These amendments were tabled. These are not sub-amendments, but amendments, in my view, unless the clerk will speak to the contrary. I think we can discuss this at the right moment. But then I think this is part of the desire, especially bearing in mind my realistic vision when it comes to things, because we all want this bill to go forward. We want to make progress, and we also want to make sure that we regulate this process as much as possible, and to ensure that other actions are taken in the same direction. I will see what the opinion of members are as far as these amendments are concerned. I think we need to discuss these amendments. The amendment from Mr. Backrack and Ms. Zarillo. And I think it's high time we had the discussion as quickly as possible so that we can finish with the clause by clause reading of this bill. And as far as I'm concerned, I think it kind of weakens the initial Block 5 amendment. And I don't want to keep dragging my feet on this discussion, but I know that it was mentioned that it would be preferable to preserve the initial version as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, Mr. Basul Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we've seen over the course of a number of meetings now this whole discussion and the various sub-amendments, and there's been new amendments today, number of versions of new amendments, and I think, as we've said from the outset, that Bill C-33, this is the wrong place for this the intent of the policy being put forward in this amendment. This is a bill that's about ports, it's about supply chains, and we have here sort of an effort to accomplish something that the government of Canada has said it's already going to accomplish by the end of the decade, and the players that are involved in that are working already towards that in an orderly fashion, and we're proposing an abrupt change to that or an accelerated change to that, and pick any of the amendments, sub-amendments. I don't think any of that brings any clarity. Mr. Badaway asked some good questions to the witnesses who confirmed that really a lot of this stuff is already taking place under other auspices, and it's kind of like we're changing the rules of the game in the seventh inning. With 350 union jobs on the line at West Shore Terminals, ILWU jobs. We don't know the number at Prince Rupert. We don't know the number at the Port of Thunder Bay. We've got 400 workers in Hinton, Alberta, that are impacted by this. I learned over the weekend there's another 150 to 250 direct jobs in Edson, Alberta, that are impacted by this. So, that's already a significant number of good, well-paying jobs in the Canadian economy, and that's the direct jobs, not the indirect jobs, for something that doesn't belong in this bill, that is already being pursued by Environment and Climate Change Canada. And what we're saying is let's stick to the rules of the game as they were set out. Let's work towards an orderly transition for 2030, and let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Mr. Rillo.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the dialogue today, because I think that what I'm hearing is really a consensus almost. I mean, I know that there are some comments today that this maybe isn't the right place, that this bill isn't the right place because this is already happening. So if it's already happening, consultation with labor, consultation around fairness with workers, that this is the place to put it. I know in another bill that I worked on the Canada Disability Benefit, we extended a lot of trust to the government, to the Liberal government. We extended a lot of trust, but at the end of the day, we're now in a position with the Canada Disability Benefit where we can't seem to get the needle to move because it's not written in legislation. So I think that this is a good place. It is a good bill to put some language around consultation and what needs to be involved in that consultation. There's been agreement by all parties that's already happening, but we just want to have it on paper, and I think that's good transparency. That's good use of legislation to make governments accountable. So I hope that it'll be up to the government at any point. They can phase out anytime they want to from now to 2030. We just want to make sure that that's done in consultation with labor groups, and those are my comments. Is that I'd like to see this move ahead quickly as well, like others on this committee.
Nobody. I'll go to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I just want to echo the comments from many of our colleagues here this afternoon. And I very much actually agree with Mr. Badaway with regard to that. I believe that most of this work is already being done. When I look at section 1.2 and it says, I have to ask the question, doesn't the government already consult with the unions? And I'm quite sure if we look at the last number of strikes out of the Port of Vancouver, of course we know that the government already consults with the unions. So I don't know why we would infuse this legislation into something that's already happening. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And in all my conversations with the ILWU, 350 jobs, and that's not talking about the jobs in Thunder Bay and Alberta and so on and so forth. Not that those aren't important jobs. I don't see why this is going to make a whole lot of impact. This sub-amendment will make a whole lot of impact going forward. I think the conversation needs to be about 2030 and ensuring that these folks, the good jobs, paying jobs, have security through till 2030. I think that's what needs to be the conversation. Accelerating the phase out, I think, is an issue. I believe is to be an issue. And let's get a plan to ensure that thermal coal is phased out by 2030, but let's not accelerate it. Let's ensure that folks can get some kind of job security going forward. So, Mr. Chair, in my opinion only, I believe most of this work is already either has been done or being done as we speak, and I don't think we need a sub-amendment to this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. So we'll go to a vote now on the sub-amendment. And turn it over to the clerk.
Ms. Cirillo has her.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Cirillo?
Just very quickly, before we go to a vote, I just want to be sure to say that the language does not say must. The language says may, and again, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, Ms. Cirillo, it's the revised version that we're voting on. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted the committee to know that we're not forcing anything in these consultations. Thank you.
Would you like the reference number, Ms. Cirillo, or are you fine? You're fine. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Mr. Badaway? Mr. Iacono?
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis?
Oui.
Miss Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Stroll?
No.
Mr. Muse?
No.
Mr. Majumdar?
No.
Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Barcelou Duval?
No.
Ms. Zarillo,
Yes.
6 yeas, 5 nays.
Merci. Sub-amendment carries. Now we'll go to a discussion, colleagues, on the amendment as amended. Seeing none, we will go to a vote on Block 5 as amended.
Mr. Baraway,
Yes.
Monsieur Iacono,
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis,
Yes.
Ms. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Stroll,
No.
Mr. Muse,
No.
Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Lewis,
No.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Oui.
Ms. Zarillo,
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. New Block 5 carries. We'll now go to address Block 5.1 et c'est pour ça que je vais passer la parole à Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le
I'll
Président.
ask Mr. Basalou Duval to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the amendment, Block 5.1, given that we have carried the Block 5 amendment, which was amended by the NDP, now we have a weakened version. Initially, we wanted to prohibit over the short or medium term what we had understood from the witnesses with the arrival of the regulations on the export of thermal coal or import. Now it seems that the 2030 is still in place with this amendment that was just carried over. There are elements that over the past few meetings, things that were said that made me think about 5.1 as we see it here. Some people wanted to be able to say we need to keep our eyes on 2030 because of the jobs for people in the sector. I understand the idea behind that. However, I think that the direction we should take and the direction that the government would like to take is that we should eventually no longer import or export thermal coals. So to do that, we shouldn't increase volumes if we want to stop it. In fact, at least the actual levels would be kept. And since it was included in 2021 in the mandate and in the Liberal Party's platform, it seems to me that from 2021, we should expect it that there would be no new projects that would be designed to increase exports or imports of thermal coal. That's why I proposing BQ51, because those volumes should not be higher than what we saw in 2021, because there is going to be a prohibition further down the road.
So did you say me, Mr. Chair?
I did, Mr. Stroll.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
So 2021 obviously was like that election, was in the middle of a pandemic. And I think we need to be careful that we aren't picking a number. If we want to have a number that doesn't increase going forward, I think we have to respect what the volumes are since the pandemic ended. So I think, again, maybe I can ask the witnesses if they have the current information. Do they know if West Shore for 2022 or for the Port of Vancouver for 2022 or 2023, if their volumes increased, decreased, or remained the same? I believe I know the answer to that. I think they have increased their throughputs since 2021, which is not unexpected. We saw unprecedented congestion and problems at the Port of Vancouver that year, which caused them to be ranked near the bottom of the global performance indexes in terms of dwell times, wait times, port congestion. So to go back to a time that was not normal in terms of the business cycle, I think is unfair. And once again, we could get into the discussion about the impact on workers and at the port. If their volumes for 2023 are significantly higher than they were in 2021, as was their right, there's no reason why they wouldn't try to increase their volumes, despite the fact that a 2030 phase out is in place. So to suddenly cap it at 2021 while telling them, as the committee has just voted, we're accelerating the phase out of thermal coal in faster than what we said we were going to. So that's a strike one against you. And by the way, while we are accelerating this phase out, we're going to force you to reduce your throughputs as well. So we're going to hit you once, and then while you're down, we're going to kick you. I think is I realize the ideological discussion that's happening here, but once again, you're impacting union workers who you're going to force layoffs if by the royal assent of this, you have to go back to 2021, which will be 3 years in the rearview mirror. So if we want to talk about a maximum year over year, have that discussion, we should do it. But picking 2021, which was an anomaly year, which was the middle of a global pandemic and the middle of a port, not a shutdown. There was parts of the port that were shut down, but a port slowdown, certainly, I think, is once again being unfair to the workers and to a company that is not doing anything illegal, but is operating under the program that has been described to them by the government. There was no promise that there would be no increase in thermal coal exports between 2021 and 2030. There was a promise that by 2030 it would be over. So I think, look, I realize that there's a desire here to signal some virtue or to ensure that the government keeps its promises. But again, we're missing the target here, and you're hitting the workers. And so I don't know how to amend it. I think it's just unnecessary at this point. You've already got your accelerated phase out. That's what has just passed. You're using a transport bill, Bill C-33, to accelerate a coal phase out, which will impact workers right across the supply chain, across the country. So we spoke against that, but now to say, not just in Vancouver, but in Prince Rupert, in Thunder Bay, not only are you going to have an accelerated phase out, you're now going to have to go back to pandemic level export numbers. I think it's unfair to the workers, and it's wrongheaded, and it's the sort of thing that, again, you've already got them. They're already going to be disadvantaged by the amendment that just passed. So the idea that we would further impede their ability to do business in the very short time frame that has now been given to them, business that they are working with the government again to come up with a program that allows them to comply with the government's regulations. I just think, again, it's unfair, and it's unfair to working families, and we can't support it.
Thank you, Mr. Strahl. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to tell the committee members that if you have other reference years, if you want to propose 2022 or 2023, fine. What's important for me is a principle. We have to say, since we're going to be phasing out coal, well, we're not going to start increasing the volumes of coal being imported or exported. So if another reference year is chosen, I think it's a principle that's more important than having chosen one year or another. So if there's a year that would give us a better consensus, I'm quite fine with that. Thank you.
Ms. Cirillo?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I think this is an interesting conversation. I was just trying to find some testimony on any kind of reasonable caps. And I didn't see any. I didn't see any testimony in the quick search that I did. Was there ever witness testimony in this committee about a reasonable cap on the thermal coal? What the expectations were on volumes?
Sorry, Mr. Cirillo, can you repeat the question for our analysts?
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any witness testimony, if there was any experts that spoke to a reasonable cap on shipments in relation to this thermal coal.
The analyst doesn't think so, but we can suspend for 2 to 3 minutes just to give them an opportunity to have a look.
You know what? I think I'll just carry on if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty sure there's none. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about, or I wanted to ask the expert witnesses that are there today, just around the numbers for 2021. What were the numbers in relation to shipments? And I know there is a discussion about the pandemic, but I am interested to know from 2020 to 2021, and even from 2021 to 2022, do we have data around shipment totals?
I'll turn it over to our witnesses. Ms. Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have some data from the Canada Port Authorities. So in terms of the West Shore Terminal, in 2020, we understand the export numbers were 9 million tons in 2020, 15 million tons in 2021, and 16 million tons in 2022, which is the most recent year that we have data available for. In terms of Prince Rupert, we understand in 2020 it was 5 million tons of coal, and it was 1 million tons in 2021, and then 2 million tons in 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Reid.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, you know, I note that at the West Shore Terminal anyway, you know, the major shareholder, Jimmy Pattison, who's also one of the largest grocery chain CEOs out here in Western Canada, has a 40% shareholder in this terminal and is doubling down on thermal coal right now. And I'm just wondering if there is any additional information that the markets are getting that this committee maybe isn't getting, and why Mr. Pattison would be investing so strongly in this thermal coal. Like, is there a transition to other goods coming into that port, such as potash or other goods? I wonder if the witnesses could share. Is there any planned phase to new products and goods coming into that port?
Thank you, Ms. Cirillo. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. Our understanding is that West Shore is in the process of transitioning some of its handling capacity to potash as soon as 2026.
All right, and then one last question for the witnesses today is just like, is there any data around a reasonable cap on thermal coal for the government to reach their target of 2030?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't be in a good position to answer that. I would have to defer to colleagues in NRCan and ACCC in that regard.
Thank you, Ms. Cirillo. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Strahl.
Yeah, I think when you deal with this sort of a thing, your unintended consequences pile up on you, and the the ability to get good data or clean data or information that's not somehow skewed, I think, is very difficult. So in 2020 and 2021, we were dealing with a pandemic. So we already talked about that. There were also labor disputes affecting West Shore and the ports in 2022 and 2023. And, who knows what will happen. We got rail contracts coming up in the next number of months. All of these things can have an impact. And so to pick a spot in time in a transport bill that is supposed to be, again, about improving supply chain efficiency and dealing with port governance and railway safety and all the things that we were told this is about, now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of accelerating a commodity phase out and preventing a company that is being phased out or having their primary business phased out from continuing to operate until that phase out occurs. So, we've told them when the end date is. No one's disputing that, but now you're further stating based on a date in the middle of a pandemic. I just like picking another date, saying 2022, 2023, 2024. I think you're going to find problems with each of those years. There's going to be anomalies in each of those years. So this seems, again, to be a solution in search of a problem. You've already secured through a transport bill an accelerated phase out. I just don't know how much more you want to make those workers pay by reducing their hours, reducing their work in advance of putting them out of work, which is what's going to happen to them, because the potash is not going to come online until the middle of the next decade in enough volumes to offset what's happening right now with thermal coal. So again, I think we can go around and round about the need for this. The phase out's happening. It's happening sooner than was promised now because of this amendment. But why do we have to pile on those workers again? I just think this is an ill-advised amendment that doesn't add to that adds more uncertainty and will result in immediate job losses again, which we just talked about, to workers in the ports of Vancouver, Prince Rupert, and Thunder Bay. So I just don't know why we would do that to those workers.
Thank you, Mr. Strahl. Mr. Barcel Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I simply want to share with the member of this committee that during our previous debates, we were able to talk about the various projects, in particular a single project in Alberta, and this mine is already producing the equivalent of emissions, which is equivalent to the entire pool of cars in Quebec. I mean, that's not nothing. And in fact, this same mine, that same mine wants to increase its production by 50% in the next few years, and was even planning on producing until 2049, which goes way beyond the 2030 objective of the government. So from my perspective, it seems that this example in itself shows clearly the importance to have a ceiling if we eventually want to get out of thermal coal. We can't continue to just produce more and more. So the idea of having a ceiling, for me, is not 2021, 2022, not 2023. We didn't come up with this idea in those years. I wanted to try to be constructive in my approach. I am totally open to proposals from my colleagues, but I think the need to have a ceiling, it's definitely there. I mean, this is based on information we have. Thank you, Mr. Barcel Duval.
5.1, I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Mr. Baraway?
No.
Monsieur Iacono?
No.
Madame Koutrakis?
No.
Ms. Murray?
No.
Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mrs. Strahl?
No.
Mr. Muse?
No.
Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Lewis.
No.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Oui.
Ms. Zarillo.
No.
That was a no?
That was a no.
So 1 yeas, 10 nays. Not carried.
It's not carried. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So now, colleagues, we'll ask, shall clause 120 as amended carry? I'll turn it back over to the clerk.
No, Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
Mr. Schroll. Do you have your hand up?
Well, yes, I do. I'm
Okay.
seeing there are more sub amendments. Are there more amendments, or are they not being moved?
He is right now. Not
No,
right now.
like Mr. Barcelou Duval has another one. Does he not on clause 120? Is that not correct?
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Schroll.
1279.
Actually, you are correct. There is one that was put forward by the block, but it would require unanimous consent of the committee to address it because it actually goes back into the previous sections of the bill.
As did one that I put forward, I think.
Ask unanimous consent. Just want to confirm with all members whether or not all members have the amendments put forward by Mr. Strahl and Mr. Barcelou Duval. And if not, please let me know so that those can be distributed to you. I see some heads shaking, saying no. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll make sure that we get those out. Once again, colleagues, it would require unanimous consent by the committee to address those, but I'll make sure that we have those for our discussion. And Mr. Strahl, before I suspend for 2 minutes so we can get those to you, can you confirm that the reference number is 127-07192?
You're asking a lot, Mr. Chair. It's about discharge of sewage. Is that the one that you have there? Sorry, I don't have that numbered copy in front of me.
Nope. What we have has nothing to do with discharge
Oh, come
of
on.
sewage. So
Okay, let me.
glad you clarified that, though.
Yeah, if you can, I'll grab that. Sorry, I don't have that number right in front of me. Let me find it.
Thank you. So we'll wait to hear back from you, Mr. Strahl, and once we do that, we'll suspend to make sure that that's distributed to all members.
Okay, thanks. Just 1 second.
Actually, you know what, Mr. Strahl, I'm going to suspend for 5 minutes while you get that to the clerk. We'll circulate it, and then I'll reconvene once everybody has that. This meeting is suspended. order. Thank you, colleagues and witnesses, for your patience. So the first thing we will do is address the amendment put forward by Mr. Basselin Duval, which is not in order and therefore requires unanimous consent for us to address it. Do I have unanimous consent? I do not have unanimous consent. Okay. We will now turn to CPC amendment. For reference, so everybody's on the same page. It's CPC reference number 127-93443, and that is in order. And therefore, I will pass the floor to Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The motion, just so everyone has it here, calls on, it says that Bill C-33 in Clause 120 be amended by adding after line 30 on page 77 the following. Sub 3, Section 62 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 1.1, regulations made under paragraph 1B must prohibit the deposit of raw sewage in waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority. And I think certainly conservatives have had this, the desire to ban the dumping of raw sewage. Since we've now decided that we're going to use transport bills to advance other issues, I think it's only appropriate that now we talk about the dumping of raw sewage into Canadian waters, under waters that are under the jurisdiction of the various port authorities, and we know certainly that we were very disappointed that one of the first acts of former Environment Minister Catherine McKenna was to authorize the discharge of 8 billion liters of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence Seaway, allowing government to bypass treatment plants to simply discharge raw sewage, which is disgusting and which has no doubt a negative impact on that waterway. We've called for it in previous campaign platforms to ban the raw sewage from being dumped into Canadian waters. That is something that is not good for the environment. It's not good for Canada's image, and if we're going to use Bill C-33 to advance other agendas, I think we should also make sure that we ban raw sewage discharge in waters that are under the jurisdiction of the ports. Now, I asked about this in passing previously, and there was some, obviously there's a lot of territory that falls under the jurisdiction of port authorities when it comes to their activities. The question, I guess, would be for the witnesses there, what is the current amount of discharge of raw sewage in waters that are under the jurisdiction of port authorities, and does a port authority have the ability to prevent that sort of activity from happening? For instance, again, the St. Lawrence Seaway, the Liberals permitted the 8 billion liters to be dumped into that active seaway, which, as we know, has a very diverse ecosystem. Marine ecosystem is there's a huge number of residents, millions of residents who live in Montreal and downriver from where those outflows, where that raw sewage is dumped. So is there anything that the port authorities could do under this, if this amendment was passed, to prevent this sort of dumping of raw sewage from happening again?
Thank you, Mr. Strahl.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. My understanding is that the deposit of or regulations regarding the treatment of sewage is done through Environment Canada through the wastewater systems effluent regulations. And so any authorization that was done in respect of the incident Mr. Straw was referring to would have been through that mechanism, which is Environment Canada regulation. My understanding is that regulation effectively prohibits the deposit of raw sewage into waters out of treatment systems that treat more, I think, than 100 cubic meters in terms of volume. And that would apply in the context of port authorities as well.
So this is one that would be better, like kind of like a thermal coal ban would be better dealt with at Environment Canada, or Fisheries and Oceans. Would they might be also able to prohibit that, or does the Minister of the Environment would this be a way to ensure that a Minister of the Environment, for instance, couldn't authorize a future 8 billion liter discharge into the St. Lawrence Seaway, as Catherine McKenna did early on when she was the Environment Minister?
I could only speak to what the wastewater systems effluent regulations cover, which is the deposit of treated sewage from wastewater treatment systems.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Strahl. I'll turn it over to Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess somewhat in the same direction that Mr. Stroll is going into with questioning, but I'll be a bit more brief. What officially is in place, regardless of what department is responsible for it? To your knowledge, is there something in place already to deal with what Mr. Strahl is trying to present here? And then second to that, what is it and who's responsible for it?
So my colleague is going to speak to that, actually.
Under the Vessel Pollution and Dangerous Chemicals Regulations, which are regulations made under the Canada Shipping Act 2001, there's a prohibition at Section 95 that states that a person or vessel must not just discharge sewage or sewage sludge except in accordance with Section 96 or the circumstances set out in Section 5 that apply in respect of the discharge. Thereafter, in Section 96, it limits the discharge in certain circumstances that are specifically set out. They're fairly lengthy. I could read them if you like.
No, you don't have to. Thank you. You made your point in terms of them being in place, and that was what I was getting at. I guess the second part of that, and just to get a bit more granular on it, with respect to Section 96 or any section that would attach itself the same, is you mentioned the Vessel Pollution and Dangerous Chemicals Regulations made under the Canada Shipping Act. I'm assuming that would be discharge coming from a vessel. I guess the second part, I think what Mr. Straw is alluding to, based on his examples of the past, is discharge coming from a treatment plant. That would obviously bypass and or just be let out of a treatment facility that would otherwise be treating that effluent. So again, I'll ask the same question. You mentioned the provision under the Canada Shipping Act. Again, I want to be clear here, that is with respect to discharge from a vessel. But in terms of discharge from an actual on-land municipal and or regional treatment facility, can you expand on that, or what is currently in place?
So just in respect of that, the regulations are found under the Fisheries Act, and it's the wastewater systems effluent regulations that are in place.
I guess this is more of a statement than it is a question. Bottom line, there are regulations in place through the Ministry of Environment, through DFO, and when it comes to vessels discharging through the Canada Shipping Act. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Badaway. Next, we have Ms. Cirillo.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, this is a topic that I'm very interested in. It's been 7 years in my riding that we've been trying to get Transport Canada to have a conversation with one of our local municipalities around this topic. And so I would really like to see this as a separate study. I would encourage Mr. Strahl to propose a study to this committee to look into it, certainly on the vessel pollution, dangerous chemicals. There's no testimony in relation to this bill that we're talking about today on this topic, but I certainly would like to have a deeper conversation about this, and I hope Mr. Strahl will propose a separate study so that we can get testimony and we can hear from those that are being impacted by this practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cirillo. I'll go to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. This is a this is a conversation that's very near and dear to my heart. Full disclosure, years and years and years ago, when I took the Dale Carnegie class, this was the last thing that I spoke about, and it was with regard to dumping of raw sewage. It was specifically in Vancouver. I wasn't smart enough at the time to realize it happened in Montreal as well. I come from the background, 25 years, almost 30 years in the sewer industry, so I'm very much aware of what this looks like. In my 4 short years as the Kingsville councillor, I also realize that sewer separation has happened across so many municipalities across this country. But I want to take it one step further, if I could, Mr. Chair, and I do very much appreciate the remarks from Mr. Strahl and the remarks from Mr. Badaway. Because they basically echo mine. But I want to take it a step further, because I know that we're talking about the dumping of raw sewage into the ports. But I want to talk about the Great Lakes for a moment and the vessels that come into the Great Lakes. I want to talk about the beaches that are, quite frankly, filled with used sanitary products. I know because I walk the beaches. And so whether or not it's dumped from a vessel that came in from another country, or whether or not it's dumped from because of 10 inches of rain that came out of Detroit, it's still an issue. And that same effluent that is dumped into our Great Lakes is the same effluent that goes to the St. Lawrence River. There's only one passageway to the ocean, and so I guess this is a very, very important topic of conversation. And I know that, and I forget when it was, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say 2 or 3 months ago, and pardon my ignorance for the timing of this, but there was conversations around the orcas and the vessels. Perhaps suspending for 10 days or 14 days the vessels off of the coast of Vancouver because the orcas were, I believe it was moving to the north. Well, if we're going to talk about the vessels, then we better be talking about raw sewage, because I'm sure the orcas certainly are not overly excited about that as well. I don't know why we wouldn't continue this conversation, and I certainly appreciate Mr. Cirillo as well. You know, this should be a study. It could potentially be a study in and of its own, but I do believe that it's prudent for us to at least have the conversation and bring this forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We'll now go to, je vais passer la parole à Mr. Barcelou Duval, suivi par Mr. Badaway.
No, Marceau Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I'm surprised to see this amendment be proposed today on the part of the Conservatives. This is certainly something we weren't expecting. If we had been told, we might have, maybe better prepared. Of course, nobody wants to see any kind of raw sewage deposited in any kind of waters. But before we vote on this, I'd really like to have a better idea of the impact that this amendment would have I mean, in a concrete manner on the day-to-day life of municipalities, what would be the consequence in concrete terms? I think it could have an impact, but in fact, I have not had a chance to study this. So is there someone, maybe one of the clerks or analysts could tell us something? Madame Reed?
Require more analysis for us to understand the impacts of this versus the wastewater system effluent regulations that are already in effect through the Fisheries Act.
J'aimerais juste savoir si, parce que moi, je me questionne aussi à savoir si.
I'm wondering myself, on the constitutional point of view, if there really is no. Are we already overlapping in terms of jurisdiction with the federal jurisdiction? Are we talking of the deposit of raw sewage in waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority? Who has the authority? Is this the port authority that would have the control? I just want some clarification here. Could you explain? Oh, unless we don't know, obviously.
The amendment is drafted so as to require the making of regulations that would prohibit the deposit of raw sewage in waters under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority. So while the waters may be under the proper federal constitutional jurisdiction, the question of whether these regulations really who would be responsible for them is not specified here, and there's no regulatory authority using the language we discussed earlier about the governor and council may make regulations to allow for that to be specified or for proper provisions to be in place to ensure we know whose responsibility it is, who would enforce, et cetera. So the constitutional jurisdiction may not be the issue so much as the wording of the amendment itself being rather limited in terms of what could be included in the regulations and the proper responsibility of the parties, or specifically, the Department of Transport.
J'aurais peut-être une autre question par rapport à ça.
Maybe I have another question then in this regard, because if we are going to vote on this, I think it would be important to know what are the waters that are under the jurisdiction of a port authority. Can you give us, like, I don't know, a map? Can you send this to the members of the committees?
So the waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority are set out in Schedule A of each of their letters patent. I don't have a map right now. Do we have one available? Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a map that would be available immediately.
J'ai pas d'autres questions pour le moment. Là.
Merci,
I have no other questions for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Bassalo-Duval.
Well, thank you, and I share the view of others that nobody wants to see raw sewage go into waters. My recollection of this decision that was made by a former minister, McKenna, was based on the least of the evils. So the Port of Montreal had a crisis with respect to its sewage systems, and they needed to clear this material in order to do the repairs and have a functioning sewage system. So when the concern I have about this amendment is very simplistic, are there potentially times when the prohibiting of the deposit of raw sewage would actually lead to a worse environmental outcome than if that prohibition was not in place, for the rare occasion where there would be a worse or more adverse result if the prohibition was in place. So that, I mean, officials may have some answers about that.
I don't have information respecting the sewage outfalls for municipalities in respect of and whether or not they fall into Port Authority waters in all instances or most instances. They may. I'm not sure, like in respect of where the Port Authorities or CPAs are located. So in some instances, I think they do. In other instances, I'm not sure. So in terms of the impact of the regulation overall, we would not be able to speak to that without a lot of additional analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess I have to make this point. I wasn't going to, but I'm going to make it anyway. Ms. Murray mentioned about the possibilities of other challenges other than what had to happen in Montreal. The bottom line is you have a choice. Either it's going to end up in everyone's basement or it's going to end up in the water, as was the case. So they had a choice to make based on the repairs they had to do and the time that the repairs took. If in fact it's either it's going in your basement or it's going to go out, it's a lesser of the two evils. And they're both unfortunate, but again, pick the lesser of the two evils. I guess the point I'm going to make is this, twofold. One is I wasn't going to support this because the regulations are in place already through Environment and DFO. And really, the role that TC would otherwise play would be very minimal, if any. But then I started thinking about it a bit more. And one of the things that we've tried to do with this government is take more of a whole of government approach versus working in silos, as been the case in the past. And what I mean by that is that Mr. Straw puts an amendment forward that states regulations made under paragraph 1B must prohibit the deposit of raw sewage and waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority. And I want to concentrate on regulations made under paragraph 1B. I guess the question that comes to mind is, besides the regulations that we have in place with both DFO and the Ministry of Environment, what would that be? What regulations more than what is already present should be put in place? So the second point I want to make, and the point that's relevant to what or how I'm going to vote on this, is the point that those regulations, if any, that are outstanding, can make the legislation better in discussion between Transport Canada and the DFO and the Ministry of Environment is a positive move forward. Now we're going on 2024, and if those regulations are a bit archaic and or have to be updated, then I think it is productive that the ministries get together under a whole of government approach and deal with some issues that may still exist. So I do appreciate what Mr. Straw is bringing forward, define what that is. Not necessarily through TC, it could be through MOE, it could be through DFO, but I think at the very least, the discussion should be had. So therefore, we will be supporting this sub-amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Peut-être que
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe there are things that I haven't really understood, and I apologize if this has already been mentioned, but I just want to understand this amendment proposed by the Conservatives. Who would it apply to? Would it apply to only the port activities, or would it apply to the whole of the municipalities that could possibly deposit raw sewage in an area which is covered by a port authority? I think it would certainly help us understand a little bit more the impact of the amendment that's on the table at the moment.
Ms. Reid?
So in respect of the the regulation making power, because it doesn't prescribe or it doesn't provide for who it would apply to and under what circumstances. We would have to develop that, I think, through the process of developing the regulation. I'm not sure that the regulation, the way it's currently drafted, actually enables us to have that conversation, because it says must prohibit. And my understanding is that because the regulation says must prohibit the deposit of raw sewage and waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority, it constrains the flexibility of the regulation making process to the in terms of our ability to nuance the regulations in respect of different impacts and understanding the scope of the regulations.
Was it correct, Mr. Barcel-Duval? Oui.
Are you okay, Mr. Barcel-Duval? Well, in fact, what I understand is that they don't know. This is what I understand. So I have to say I'm even more confused than when I asked the question earlier.
Merci. Mr. Strahl.
Thank you, Mr. Strahl.
Yeah, I think given what the witnesses have said, I'm willing to use language similar to that Mr. Bacharach used in his sub-amendment to BQ5, which talked about the Governor and Council may, whatever that language needs to be to allow for these regulations to be developed in a way that allows Transport Canada to undertake those consultations and develop the regulations in the appropriate way. The goal was to bring forward the issue of raw sewage deposits in areas of Port Authority jurisdiction. So if the issue is at the front end of the amendment, where it talks about must instead of may, I'm happy to. I don't know if we can suspend and get that language from the legislative clerk to ensure that it meets that goal. I'm not going to get stuck on that must versus may language. I'm happy to have someone else amend it, I guess is what would have to happen. But I'm happy to have that discussion to make sure that the regulations that we're talking about here are productive and that gives the flexibility to allow for those regulations to be developed in the normal way. So I take what Ms. Reid has said and am willing to have someone else amend that so that it's more amenable.
Thank you, Mr. Strahl. There's no one else in the speakers list, so we'll go to a vote on this.
Monsieur le Président.
Oh, Mr. Barcel-Duval.
Mr. Chair. Yes, in fact, I do have a sub-amendment to propose. When we are reading 1.1, it says regulation made under paragraph 1B must prohibit, and I would like to add here the deposit of raw sewage. So I want to add after raw sewage, the deposit of raw sewage coming from Port Authority in the waters under jurisdiction of a Port Authority. I think it would bring more clarity, because right now we don't know. It is difficult to see who this amendment is actually targeting. So I think if we simply state it, it will be easier for everybody. Could you please send this to our clerk so that it may be translated and then distributed to all the members of the committee? As quickly as possible, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. So,
and wait for Mr. Barcel-Duval to submit that to the clerks. We'll make sure that it's translated in both official languages and distributed to all members of the committee. The meeting is now suspended, and I think this is a great opportunity, colleagues, to use this opportunity as a bathroom break. This meeting is suspended. To order, all members should now have a copy of the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Barcelou Duval. Any questions, comments, concerns about the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Barcelou Duval? Okay. Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Strahl, floor is yours.
You see some. So I think it is further to Mr. Badaway's point earlier. This would limit this. I'm just trying to pull it up here. I do have it, but it's disappeared from my screen. To limit it in this way, regulations made under paragraph 1B must prohibit the deposit of raw sewage from port activities in waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority. I think we then open up a whole can of worms as to what is a port activity. Is a port activity vessels? Is it, is it the administration building? Is it, I think it would be, it certainly would limit the ability to have a more wide-ranging discussion about preventing the deposit of raw sewage. So I think it's already limited by saying that it's dealing with waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority. And so I think we might have an idea of another amendment that would give the governor and council more flexibility in developing the regulations. But I think to limit it just to port activities without defining what those are could make it completely. It wouldn't have any impact, and that's not what we want. So I appreciate what Mr. Barcelou Duval is trying to do, but I think we're already limiting it to the jurisdiction, waters in the jurisdiction of a port authority. So I think we maybe should try to give more flexibility with other wording, but we can't have two sub amendments to the same motion. So I think that this sub amendment is too limiting and won't allow us to do what we're trying to do with this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strahl. So we'll go to a vote now on the sub amendment. Oh, Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Ouais, ben, je pense que je vais faire ça rapidement, là, simplement dire que.
I'll make this quick and just say that we see 33 has to do with port authorities, port administration, of course, and we should not end with an amendment that, for instance, would prevent cities from undertaking operations that could be essential, despite the fact that we don't like when cities discharge their wastewater. That is why the intention here was to limit it to port activities, that it would be more reasonable within the framework of the bill that's before us.
Merci, Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Barcelou Duval. We are now going to proceed to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Badaway?
Which one are we voting on?
The sub-amendment.
Sub-amendment.
From the block?
From the block,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. No.
No.
Monsieur Iacono?
No.
Madame Koutrakis?
No.
No.
Miss Murray?
No.
Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Straw?
No.
Mr. Muse?
No.
Mr. Majumdar?
No.
Mr. Lewis?
No.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval?
Oui.
Miss Barron?
Yes.
2 yeas, 9 nays.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now go to CPC, sub-amendment. Correct?
So, oh,
Go ahead, Mr. Muse.
okay, so to change it to the governor and council may, under paragraph 1B, make regulations respecting the prohibition of the deposit of raw sewage in waters under the jurisdiction of a port authority.
Mr. Muse, do you have translation for that? Do you have it in written format and translated in both official languages? Okay. Hi, Ms. Barron. We'll turn it over to you for a quick question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If you could just provide clarification, please. I know we just voted on the amendment by, or was it a sub-amendment?
Sub-amendment by Mr.
Sub-amendment by
Barsley-Duval.
the block. And so to confirm, are we now going to be voting on the motion as amended? I guess it didn't amend. So can you just clarify, please, what we're voting on so I have clarity on that? Thank
Looking
you.
at CPC, what we're calling 9.1, which was an amendment proposed by Mr. Strahl. We were going to go to a vote on that. However, Mr. Muse has proposed wording changes to that amendment. But in order to do so, I need that in written form and then to have it translated in both official languages and then distributed to all members. Okay. So we'll wait to get that from Mr. Muse, and then we'll wait to get that distributed to all members in both official languages. And for that, I'm going to suspend. This meeting is suspended until we get it translated and sent out to all members. all members should have received the duly translated sub-amendment put forward by Mr. Muse. Mr. Muse, I'll turn the floor over to you, perhaps to speak to it very briefly, and we'll then go to a vote.
Sure. So this is to clarify based on the input from Ms. Reid about the language and the regulations that exist. So really, it's similar, but hopefully better worded.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Now I'll turn it over to our clerk, so we can vote on CPC. I guess what we're calling
Mr.
9.1. Not even.
Because it's already one.
All right. So it'll be.
You have Mr. Straw, please.
Oh yes, Mr. Strahl.
So this was an attempt by Mr. Muse to amend my motion. I just want to make sure that to Ms. Reid, who raised the issue of the nature of the original motion, that this language would in fact satisfy the concern or allow for more flexibility. We took it straight from a previous sub-amendment that was moved today, and that was indicated that that was the language that was needed to allow for a more robust or flexible development of regulations. So I'm not sure if Ms. Reid or the officials there have seen it, but I just would like some comment as to whether or not this does address the concern about flexibility and allowing for a more robust regulatory process.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. And yes, our understanding is based on the revised wording that would address the concern regarding constraints around the flexibility in the making of the regulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to a vote, and I'm going to read out the reference number here so we're all on the same page, 127-93443, and I'll pass it over to the clerk to conduct the vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Baraway?
Yes.
Monsieur Iacono?
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis?
Oui.
Ms. Murray?
Oui.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Straw?
Yes.
Mr. Muse?
Yes.
Mr. Majumdar?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval?
No.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nays.
And it carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now go to Clause 120 as amended. I'll turn it over to you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Do we?
Sorry, I've already passed it over to the clerk, Mr. Strahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is for you guys. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So this is for the whole clause now.
So we're voting on the whole clause as amended. Just to be clear, colleagues. Shall 120 carry as amended? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Baraway?
Yes.
Monsieur Iacono?
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis?
Oui.
Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Straw?
No.
Mr. Muse?
No.
Mr. Majumdar?
No.
Mr. Lewis?
No.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval?
Oui.
Ms. Barron?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
120 carries as amended. Shall Clause 121 carry, colleagues? Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like to move a motion that I submitted on Friday, December the 8th, that states that the motion says that the committee undertake a study on aircraft rescue and firefighting at airports and aerodromes, Canadian Aviation Regulations, Section 303, allocating a minimum of 3 meetings to this study to hear
Sorry,
from
Mr. Strahl. It's out of order, unfortunately. I've already started discussion on Clause 120.
Well,
And so a motion
voted
can't
on
be.
120.
Sorry, 121. My apologies. So because I've already started a discussion.
Okay, well, I'll just put my hand up in advance of.
That's fine, and it's not.
then.
I just want to make sure we're following the rules as outlined by the clerk. So shall 121 carry? We'll go to a vote on that. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Baraway,
Yes.
Mr. Iacono,
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis,
Oui.
Ms. Murray,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Stroll,
No.
They're filibustering like crazy.
Mr. Muse,
No.
Mr. Majumdar,
No.
Mr. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Barcelou Duval,
Oui.
Ms. Barron.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays. Carried.
And 121 carries.
Thank you,
As
Mr.
promised,
Chair.
Mr. Straw, I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I would now like to move the motion that I submitted to the committee in writing in both official languages on Friday. And this is says that the committee undertake a study on aircraft rescue and firefighting at airports and aerodromes, Canadian Aviation Regulations, Section 303, allocating a minimum of 3 meetings to this study to hear from witnesses that include the International Association of Firefighters, the Canadian Airports Council, and other interested parties, and that the committee report its findings to the House. Mr. Chair, this motion comes out of the debate in the House regarding another motion that's before the House, motion 96, which was introduced by Liberal MP Ken Hardy. And the purpose of the motion is to amend the current Canadian aviation regulations to adopt the International Civil Aviation Organization standards for airport rescue and firefighting. Specifically, the motion in the House calls on giving firefighters at Canada's major airports the mandate and resources necessary to reach the site of a fire or mishap anywhere on an operational runway in 3 minutes or less. It would also specify that a required function of firefighters be the rescue of passengers. And these changes are coming at the request of the International Association of Firefighters, and the effect of the motion and the change proposed in it would be to increase firefighting requirements at airports so that they could be met by professional firefighters. Now, there is some divergence of views on this issue. There is the IAFF has been obviously supportive of this, and for some of the major airports in our country, this will not be a major issue. They already have professional full-time firefighters that can meet these standards and meet the definitions as laid out in the motion. But as we've kind of been discussing here today, as we're dealing with legislation, there are processes that are in place for changing regulations. These things are supposed to take a number of months and years, and are supposed to hear from all sides of an issue, all interested stakeholders, all interested Canadians. And what we have heard in our discussions following the introduction of this motion, which again is up for debate very soon for its second hour, is that there are many smaller airports across the country that would be economically devastated if they were forced to change their operating model to adopt this very stringent requirement. They already do operate under the Canadian aviation regulations, which do allow for airports to have their own firefighting and rescue services, including allowing them to have airport operations staff who provide this rescue service as opposed to having professional firefighters on call at the airport within 3 minutes of the middle of the furthest runway. So the costs on small airports like or even mid-size airports, international airports like Kelowna and Kamloops and Abbotsford in my province of British Columbia would number into the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to make this change. And we already know, we've seen reports this week out of the Montreal Economic Institute indicating that the price of the fees that are imposed on Canadian Airlines and passed along to customers through higher ticket prices are already much higher than they are in the United States. And this proposal specifically calls for a charge to be added to every ticket for every passenger for every leg of their flight, and that all adds up when you add all of the other charges that have been going up and up and up, including increased carbon taxes, increased costs for fuel. Those are all passed on to Canadian consumers who have not seen. We've seen over the last number of years the number of incidents at Canadian airports is down. The number of incidents requiring a rescue is certainly down, and so we want to here. We think it's the best way to actually address this issue is to have this committee conduct more robust meetings than simply having a debate that proposes a one-size-fits-all solution onto all Canadian airports. And I think that's the part of this that's the most troubling is that one-size-fits-all approach. We talked about that actually in Bill C-33 when we were talking about the different regulations applying in different ways to different ports. And this motion, which is being introduced, or which has been introduced and debated for 1 hour and soon will be debated for a second hour, we just believe that it needs a more robust discussion to talk about that. Does the Vancouver International Airport, should it have the same regulations, the same costs applied to it as Kelowna or Kamloops or Abbotsford or many of the other smaller airports across the country? Can they absorb that and still meet their mandates to balance their books? And the answer in the past has been no. There has been, we've heard examples of how this, taking away this flexibility to provide a rescue service. No one is talking about reducing the firefighting regulations as they are, which is to get to the end of a runway or the midpoint of a runway in a certain amount of time, and to provide the ability to put out for instance, to put out a fire on a plane that has had an emergency landing. Those requirements are still there, and they are currently in the smaller airports operated by a dual purpose staff that can provide that function, that can provide that service to Canadians and that assurance to Canadian travelers and those traveling into our country that they are safe, that they are secure, and that they aren't at any danger because of the current regulations. So we want to make sure that there are discussions and that we hear from those airports, that we hear from those CAOs of those airports about what this would do to them, what the change would do, and that we hear from the larger airports like Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto, to hear from them to determine what their current practices are and whether this would have an impact on them. And I do think there does need to be an overall lens on this as well. as to the cost environment for Canadian passengers and Canadian airlines. We've, as I said earlier, we've had studies out just in the last week indicating the wide discrepancy. And what happens when there is that wide discrepancy in costs is that Canadians start to look to there's leakage, there is jobs that are lost, and there are opportunities that are lost for Canadian airports and Canadian airlines and Canadian workers because Canadian passengers look to airports near the borders. They look for cheaper alternatives in Bellingham, Seattle, Montana, Buffalo. We've seen numerous cases where the leakage is in the tens of millions of dollars, and this additional cost would have an impact on families who are traveling, on business travelers, et cetera. And I think we always want to make sure that there isn't unintended consequences when we have motions like this that are coming before the House. So we believe there again 3 meetings where we want to hear from the firefighters. We're not saying perhaps they have the right approach. Perhaps this is the way that things should go. But again, there should be an appropriate regulatory process. We've heard when we were asking about what the timeline would be, for instance, to bring in regulations to ban thermal coal, we were told that that would be a 3-year process, and that there would be a robust discussion with affected workers, with affected companies, with affected industry, and that wouldn't be done prior to those regulations coming into force. And so what we have here, instead of that, in this motion that's in the House, is simply an imposition, calling on the government to impose new regulations without having gone through that regulatory process. So I think this, which was promised, we promised that we would bring this forward when we were debating this, because we want to hear from firefighters, we want to hear from airports, we want to hear from airlines, and we want to hear from the workers who would be affected by this if this change was forced onto airports by a simple motion in the House of Commons. So we think there's a better way. We think that this issue is important, that it deserves more discussion, and that discussion should start here, and that we should hear from those parties, and then crucially as well, report back to the House. And I think that is our right as members to ask for those hearings to happen, ask for that robust discussion to happen, and then report back with the expectation that the government will then hear from us, hear what we heard, and propose their come back with a response, which hopefully would then say that there will be a robust regulatory discussion, and not simply a discussion happening for 2 hours in the House of Commons. But I know, Mr. Chair, that the bells are ringing in the chamber, so I guess we have to suspend until that vote is over.
Okay, do I have unanimous consent to continue discussion and debate? No. Okay, we don't have unanimous consent. I will see all of you back here 10 minutes promptly after the vote, as we will reconvene and continue until 8 p.m. because we have been given the extension of resources. I'll see you back here after the vote. Thank you, colleagues. I'll turn the floor over to you, Mr. Badaway, for comments on what was put forward by Mr.
Chair.
Sorry?
I believe I had the floor when the meeting was suspended.
I thought you had said, and with that, we have a vote being called, and therefore...
The meeting has to suspend.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the floor, Mr. Strahl. Sorry about that. I thought you were done with your remarks.
No problem, Mr. Chair. I can understand how you might have thought that.
Point of order?
Yes, Mr. Iachino?
That's not what I interpreted, because we still had 30 minutes to the vote. And if Mr. Strahl wanted to finish his point, he was free to do so. So my understanding is that it was coming to an end, what he was going to be talking about. He could have continued talking. We still had time, and he chose to stop. So the option was there for him to finish.
Point of order.
I believe the rules are that if members so choose, they can choose to have the half an hour to ensure that they can be in a position to vote. So thank you, Mr. Iachino, but I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Strahl unless you wanted to comment on that, Ms. Lewis. Dr. Lewis? Okay. Mr. Strahl, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I guess that there also is, I understand, a committee of the whole happening in the chamber right now, so I assume that we're able to operate while that committee of the whole is going on as well. Is there anything preventing that from happening?
Just conferring with the clerks. I'll let you know in about 1 minute, Mr. Strahl.
Thank you. Pardon me.
Mr. Strahl, it's a good question. We're going to confer to make sure that we get this right, and we'll suspend for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, and appreciate the clarification. I did have the opportunity to look during the bells and the vote at Section 303 of the Canadian Aviation Regulations, and I think it is important to note that there are already stringent requirements there, including the requirement for personnel that are charged with airport firefighting to have specific training, to have specific equipment provided, right down to their personal protective equipment. All of that has to be provided and is specified by the regulations. So I think we're very clear that that in those 3 meetings that we had to hear from witnesses, that we'd want to hear both from firefighters. I note that the union representing firefighters at the Montreal Trudeau Airport has has indicated that they have strong opinions on this as well. And they're not IAFF, but we'd certainly welcome them to come and be a part of this discussion. I know there's been questions about their mandate in the past about whether or not they can respond to incidents happening just outside of the fence of the airport, et cetera. There was a tragic case where they weren't allowed to respond, which I believe Mr. Barcelou-Duval brought up in this committee previously. So I think there's a requirement to hear from interested parties, interested individuals who have an interest in this, either from the airport management side or the firefighter protection side. It was also this does apply. I noted from the regulations to airports that have over 180,000 aircraft movements per year. So it's not every airport, every small airport. The Chilliwack Municipal Airport, for instance, would not be forced to upgrade its firefighting capacity should this motion 96 be passed and implemented, but others would. And I think it's important to note for some of them it would require new buildings, for instance, to house permanent firefighters, to allow them to get to a runway in the prescribed time as is envisioned in the motion, and others would require new specialized equipment, which can run into the millions of dollars as well. So I think these are discussions that are worth having in a robust way. They should be had here at this committee, and I think that we would welcome the opportunity to hear from interested parties to have that. I'm open to discussion about whether 3 meetings is long enough or too much, if we should expand the proposed witness list, or whether or not we can make do with what we have here. But given the debate in the House coming up again tomorrow, we wanted to move this motion, but I look forward to hearing from colleagues about what they think, whether 3 meetings is enough, whether the other parties should be invited, whether there are specific items that should be discussed at those meetings. But I think this is a good start and a good opportunity for us to have the robust discussion that we need to have. With that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it over to other members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strahl. I'll turn it over to Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we've been here for the last little while, a couple of weeks actually, to discuss both C-33, and we're continuing to do that today, and we're hoping to get that done prior to rising from the House on Wednesday. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to get back to work, and I would move that the debate now be adjourned.
Okay, the debate motion has been forwarded by Mr. Badaway that the debate now be adjourned. Do you want to do a?
We can do a vote.
Let's do a vote.
Okay.
That's fine. I think we're going to record you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Mr. Iacono?
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis?
Yes.
Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Strahl?
No.
Mr. Muse?
No.
Dr. Lewis? No. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval?
Oui.
Ms. Zarillo?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now go to clause 122, and Mr. Barcelou-Duval, la parole est à vous. Pour bloc 6.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Ms. Zarillo.
I'm sorry to interrupt the member from the block, but I did actually stay after the vote, and the House already has gone into Committee of the Whole, so you mentioned that we have to wait for bells, but I just wonder if you could clarify why we would need to wait for bells since it's already in Committee of the Whole.
I'll confer with the clerk, Ms. Cirillo. The guidance to the clerk is we only suspend if there are bells, and if there are no bells, we don't need to suspend.
Thank you for the clarity.
You're very welcome. Monsieur Barce-Duval, la parole est à vous.
Duval, does he have a point of order? Okay.
La parole est à vous, Monsieur Barce-Duval.
You have the floor, Mr. Barce-Duval. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Amendment BQ6, I can read it quickly. That Bill C-33 in Clause 122 be amended, A, by replacing line 6 on page 78 with the following. 107.11, if there is A, B, by adding after line 28 on page 78 the following. For greater certainty for the judicial review of an order made under subsection 1, the correctness standard applies to determine whether there was a risk of imminent harm to national security, national economic security, or competition that constitutes a significant threat to the safety and security of persons, goods, ships, or port facilities, or the security of supply chains. So, Mr. Chair, if we take a look at the bill, C-33, of course, that is what we are modifying with this amendment. And if you look at page 78, there is the clause 17.1, where the minister has the authority of issuing ministerial decrees in specific circumstances which are quite large: national security, economic security, competition, safety and security of persons, goods, ships, or ports, facilities, or the security of supply chain. So it is very, very large when it comes to the possibility of using ministerial decrees. So it starts by saying if the minister thinks or deems that there's a risk to the following. So the word deems is being modified. And the second part of the amendment adds some wording. So the use of such decrees be done in a context that is that has a certain guidance. So it aims to limit the seemingly unlimited discretionary power that is granted to the minister. That's the purpose of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Barce-Duval.
6, before I do that, I'm going to make note of Mr. Badaway, Mr. Strahl, and I have a point of order from Dr. Lewis. I see your hand up as well, Mr. Muse. Dr. Lewis, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chair, I would like to actually bring light to the fact that I had tabled a motion that was put on notice on Friday, December 1st, and that motion was for CIBC transparency. And I would like to present the motion at this time, which it goes as follows: that given after almost 7 years, the Canada Infrastructure Bank...
I'm sorry, Dr. Lewis,
yes?
You can't present a motion on a point of order. Unfortunately, you can't do that. It's out of order.
Well, I would like an opportunity to present my motion.
But you can't do it in a point of order, Dr. Lewis. So I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Badaway and Mr. Strahl,
Okay.
and you can put your name on the speaker's list if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Badaway, Mr. Strahl, Mr. Muse, and then Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, this is a motion presented by the bloc, and I'll state the fact that it's very similar to BQ2. And with it being similar to BQ2, I'll give the same comments that I gave to BQ2 when we voted against it then and it was turned down. Number one, the bill was created on the basis that the reasonableness standard will be used in all these determinations. The reasonableness standard is what is generally used and has been used in Canada's judicial system. And correctness would mean that our minister for transport would essentially have no discretion to exercise the power given that the threshold would be too high, making it unusable. So once again, Mr. Chair, no different than what I stated with BQ2 and with this sub-amendment, it would be very similar to that, and therefore we'll be voting against it and not supporting it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Badaway. Mr. Strahl, followed by Mr. Muse.
Now we'll listen to the filibuster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to move a motion that I put on notice last week, which indicates.
I'm sorry, Mr.
that,
Strahl, that's not in order either. We have Block 6 before us, and until we've concluded with Block 6, you won't be able to put a motion forward.
Okay, so, well, you put me on the list to do it immediately following that.
Okay. Mr. Muse.
Sure, and I'd like to speak to Block 6. I think the points that Mr. Barcelou-Duval raises with this amendment are worth some scrutiny because, one of the concerns overall is with the broad and vague ministerial authority that Bill C-33 gives to the minister. The Ottawa knows best one-size-all approach. And so this amendment hopes to provide a bit more clarity to that. And I think he articulates a few different areas where that needs to be applied, all of which make some sense. Taken individually, national security clearly is a very significant issue. Economic security obviously important, particularly when the whole objective of C-33 is to look at national supply chains, which have been tattered and stretched, and the bill clearly doesn't really address that. But this is an attempt to put some limitation on the minister when it comes to this. So that's I think something worthy of discussion, and so I think we should continue to discuss this.
To, I guess, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, through you, Chair, how long is this meeting going for? I thought it was till 7:30 tonight.
It's going until 8 o'clock.
3 minutes left,
Mr.
or we have
Lewis.
till 8?
We have till 8 o'clock.
Okay, so we have till 8. So who did we vote on that, or is that just something that just happens?
We had resources till 7:30, but because of the vote, those resources were extended until 8 o'clock.
Okay, very well. I'm going to lower my hand, and I'm going to raise it after that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Strahl.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, I think this was a very contentious issue when we heard from many witnesses who were very concerned about the broad powers that were given to the minister, which were indicated in 107.1. If the minister is of the opinion that there is a risk of imminent harm to national security, national economic security, or competition that constitutes a significant threat to the safety and security of persons, goods, ships, or port facilities, or the security of supply chains, the minister may, by order, require a port authority or a person in charge of a port facility to take any measure, including corrective measures, to stop any activity the minister considers necessary to prevent harm. And we heard from numerous, for instance, from labor, I go back to ILWU, talking about the need to ensure that this wasn't abused, that there wasn't the minister deeming that a work stoppage, a withdrawal of labor, a legal strike was considered to be a significant threat to the security of the supply chain, or a national economic security, that was not the case. So we heard that time and time again from every from CUPE to ILWU to numerous labor organizations were concerned about the broad impact that this section would have. And so obviously when we go to a correctness standard versus a, does provide greater accountability. But I guess my question to the officials is, does this still allow the minister to make that determination? Is there anything preventing the minister from, for instance, declaring a legal strike at a port to be a risk to national economic security, for instance, or a risk to the security of supply chains? Does this amendment address that sufficiently, or will there still be a way for a minister, perhaps not, we always, a future minister, current minister, would it allow them to use that section or abuse that section to do what the unions were afraid of, or going outside of perhaps what was intended? But we don't draft laws based on good intentions. They have to be airtight. They have to be drafted in such a way as they are not open to abuse. And so I think we need to have that assurance that this type of amendment will prevent abuse by the minister. So I guess I'd like to know what your opinion of that is. Does the section need to be amended in order to prevent? Does the current section 107 allow the minister to do those things that we were told were of a concern to especially those who believed it could be used to undermine the collective bargaining process or legal strike action?
So, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the question, Mr. Strahl. So there's a number of, first I'll say there's a few reasons why it could not be used in respect of labor action. So first of all, the order as it is written can only be used to issue an order to a port authority or a port facility. So it could not be used to order, for example, a labor group or a bargaining unit to return to work. Second of all, the amendment is proposed under the Canada Marine Act. The Marine Act is, the purpose of the Marine Act is to legislate matters related to shipping and navigation within the lands and navigable waters of public ports and CPAs. The labor actions would fall outside of the scope of the CMA. And the third point is that our understanding, and this is a conversation that we have had internally, is that the order is subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protects the freedom of association, including the right to unionize and to strike. The ministerial order would be subject to any provisions in respect of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
How quickly, what is the process that is required for the minister to issue an order? Can even if it does relate to, it has that narrow focus that you talked about, what is the process by which and how quickly can a minister obtain an order? So what is the process for the minister to request an order, and what is the typical turnaround time for an order of this nature to be made?
So in the case of this particular order, the threshold is very high. So it is a twofold threshold. Basically, there has to be first a determination that there is a risk of imminent harm to national security, national economic security, or competition. And secondly, that imminent harm, that risk of imminent harm poses a significant threat to safety and security of persons, goods, ships, or port facilities, or security of the supply chain. So it's a very high threshold in order to be able to issue the order. The process of the order would depend on the speed in which that determination could be made.
Okay, but made by the minister. The minister can get his letterhead out and sign a decree, and it goes into force. Or I'm trying to understand what protections there are in place to ensure that this isn't abused by anyone. A minister of an opinion, again. So I guess there's that question, which I think you've partially answered, but the other part is, what is that? The ministers of the opinion. How is that informed? How does he? Is that really as simple as it sounds, or is there a more complex matrix that is used to determine the minister's opinions? Because this does give, based on an opinion, the minister extremely broad powers, and while the Port Authority or person in charge of a port facility can't order somebody back to work, I guess it seems an awful lot of power for the minister, based on his opinion and by his own order, may take any measure. And I guess what is a corrective measure? What, for example, would be a corrective measure that a minister could demand that a port authority or person in charge of a port facility take? What is an example of a corrective measure that the minister could order a port authority to take? And do you have examples of that having been done under the current legislation in the recent past?
So we don't have any examples of where it would have been done in the recent past, because this is a new order-making authority that didn't previously exist. In terms of examples where it would be used, it would be used in the context, as I noted, where there was the risk of imminent harm to national security, and that risk poses a significant threat to the safety and security of persons, goods, ships, or port facilities, or the national or security of the national supply chain. And in that event, pursuant to the ministerial order, the minister could order a corrective action to ensure that harm did not occur. This could, for example, an example that we have considered for would be if a terminal operator in certain circumstances were refusing to accept ships or cargo from a particular country of origin. We could, in that event, and that posed a significant threat to the safety or security of the persons or to the national supply chain. In that event, the minister could, for example, order that terminal to accept ships from that country of origin. That would be an example, but it would be in very rare circumstances, and the threshold would be very high. In addition, the process for the issuing of the order would be subject to judicial review, and my colleague can provide more information in terms of that respect of the oversight of the Ministerial Order Authority.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Dr. Lewis.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, I really do care about the integrity of this entire process. And so I want to turn your attention, Mr. Chair, to Section 116 of the Standing Orders. And if we look at subsection 2A, the Standing Order dealing with end of debate, 2A says, unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of the standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. And then it says B, a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the speaker by any member, and the speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter. If, in the opinion of the speaker, such violation has occurred, the speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified. Now, Mr. Chair, I think this bill is a very important one, and I don't want anything to affect the integrity of the bill, and so I just would like a point of clarification on this standing order and how it's been applied during this hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. After conferring with the clerk, all of the rules that you're referring to have been followed up until now. All members have been given the right to speak when they have the right to speak. There has been no attempt to in any way inhibit or prohibit any members from speaking. So we can confirm that that is indeed the case.
Sorry, point of order. Actually, Mr. Straw was cut off because debate was ended, which is not permitted by the rules. It clearly says that if there's a member present that has something to say and wishes to speak, that it cannot be cut off. And so this everything that transpired afterwards is in peril. And I think that this is something that we must remember. Chair, you're sitting in that position. You're a creature of statute, so your position is literally based upon your powers conferred by the standing orders, and it clearly says that if a member wants to speak and has something to say, that debate cannot be ended, nor can debate be voted on pursuant to the rules, because there's no provision for it. There's no exception in that section of the rules. And so everything that we're discussing here can be overturned by simple motion to the speaker, because the rules have not been complied with. So I'm going to respectfully ask that we adhere to the rules and that my colleague, Mr. Straw, be permitted to continue his discussion that he was engaged in when debate was stopped outside of the rules.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. In response to that, I would simply say that, in fact, when Mr. Straw had the floor and the vote was called, I asked whether or not Mr. Straw and all colleagues wanted to allow Mr. Straw to continue speaking, and it was in fact all members, including Conservative members, who did not want to give unanimous consent to allow Mr. Straw to keep speaking. I can say that there were members that I looked at who very verbally out loud said, we will not give unanimous consent to continue speaking. So there was no attempt whatsoever to stop Mr. Straw from speaking. When we came back and we resumed after the vote, I turned the floor to Mr. Badaway because I thought Mr. Straw had concluded. He said he didn't. I did not disrespect Mr. Straw. I said, Mr. Straw, my apologies. I give the floor right back to you, and I didn't even ask for any consent from colleagues because I respected the fact that Mr. Straw had the floor and he wanted to continue speaking. I think that my work thus far as chair has shown that I am fair and just. And I don't know if Mr. Straw would agree with that, but I think I was very respectful with him when we came back, and I turned the floor right back over to him without any argument. And he continued as long as he wanted to speak until such time as he said that he no longer wanted the floor. And I think that the record will show that.
I beg to differ, Mr. Chair. In fact, what had transpired is that Mr. Badaway moved a motion to end debate. And that motion was illegitimately voted on because there's no provisions in the standing order to do that. And it was illegitimately voted on, and then it was moved on, and my colleague, Mr. Strahl, did not have the opportunity to finish his position that he was taking on that particular issue because debate was illegitimately ended. And so I'm going to ask that since you say that that's not what transpired and that was not your intentions, then I'm going to give the opportunity for us to resume debate. But I don't think that we should allow just a flagrant violation of the standing orders, and I don't believe that there's any legal basis for us to be creating our own rules. I think we must comply with the standing orders. And so I'm going to ask that my colleague, Mr. Strahl, continue because there's an improper ruling pursuant to Section 116 of the standing orders. Debate should not have been ended. And Mr. Strahl has as you said, you did not tell Mr. Strahl that he had to stop. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. So if it's Mr. Strahl's position that he had not concluded the debate, then I would like the motion that was put on the floor to end debate. I would like that withdrawn or overruled because it was improperly done, and for Mr. Strahl to rightfully have the floor and rectify this situation. That is the right and the correct thing to do pursuant to Section 116 of the standing orders.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. You do have the right to challenge the decision of the chair, and I invite you to do so if you feel that the chair has in some way not followed the rules. I think that, and I will state this before turning it back over to you to ask whether or not you do want to challenge the chair, much to the frustration, I would say, of some committee members, I confer with the clerks as much as I possibly can to ensure that all of the decisions that I make as the chair of this committee are indeed following the rules. And that, once again, I think will be on public record. So I'll end there, Dr. Lewis, and I will ask whether or not you'd like to challenge the chair's decision to provide the floor to Mr. Badaway after what I believe to be the ending of Mr. Strahl's remarks on the matter. And I'll turn it over the floor to see whether or not you'd like to do that.
Well, yes, Chair. I would like to challenge your ruling. Okay. I am not. I'm not in any way. I'm not. I'm
Dr.
not
Lewis,
finished.
you've
but I'm
confirmed
not
you'd like to
finished.
challenge
Not
the chair?
period. Not period. No. I actually was not finished. Excuse me. I'm not your wife. You cannot speak to me like that. No. You don't talk to me that way. You don't talk to me that way. You don't point your finger at me, and you don't tell me when I'm finished. Okay? I am your colleague.
to order. I now turn it over to the clerk for a vote on the challenging of the chair by Dr. Lewis.
So you're voting on challenging the ruling of the chair. So if you vote yes, you are confirming the decision of the chair. If you vote no, you are contesting the voting of the chair. Okay, so Mr.
Could you repeat that?
For sure, yes. So I was explaining, if you are voting yes, you are confirming the decision of the chair. If you are voting no, you are voting against the decision of the chair.
And what is the decision of the chair that we're voting on? Exactly what decision? Because I understood that the chair said that he did not shut down debate. So what is it that we're voting on, please? Whether the chair was correct in shutting down debate pursuant to Section 116 of the Standing Order? Is that what we're voting on?
Whether or not I denied Mr. Strahl his right to speak, and whether or not Mr. Badaway had a right, once I gave the floor to Mr. Badaway, to motion to adjourn, which is a dilatory motion that he has the right to put forward. That is what we were voting on. Whether or not I was right as a chair to do that.
So we're voting on whether or not, I'm just seeking clarification, whether or not pursuant to Section 116, you had the right to permit shutting down debate contrary to the standing orders.
I did not shut down debate. Mr. Badaway put forward a motion, a dilatory motion.
It's an improper motion.
But it's not an improper motion, and I conferred with the clerk to ensure that it wasn't an improper motion.
But Section 16 clearly says that it's an improper motion.
But it does not, Dr. Lewis. And I've got two clerks to the left and to the right of me, one of which I conferred with to ensure that Mr. Badaway was in his right to do just that, and I received confirmation that he was. This wasn't something that I unilaterally went forward with, Dr. Lewis. This is something that I conferred with the clerk before pursuing. So what we are voting on right now, as per your request, is whether or not me turning the floor over to Mr. Badaway and Mr. Badaway putting forward a dilatory motion to adjourn debate on that motion was in order or not in order. And sustaining debate and sustaining in the vote by voting yes means that you are in favor of the rulings that I made with regards to the process that I took.
So you took the process in shutting down debate. That's what we're voting on, whether or not that process.
Dr. Lewis, you can try and twist it any way you want.
No, it's not twisting. I'm asking you, pursuant to the rules, if we are voting, it's simple.
What people are voting on is whether or not they think I did not follow the rules and whether or not what I did was not in order.
Okay, so we're voting on whether or not Section 116 was followed by you. That's what we're voting on. No, I want to, what do you mean just call a vote? I need to know what it is that we're voting on.
You challenged the chair.
Right, I challenged the chair.
What you're challenging.
And I told you exactly what I'm challenging the chair for.
You're playing with words,
No,
Dr.
I'm
Lewis.
not. I'm challenging the chair on Section 116 that it was improperly invoked. So I don't want to hear that we're taking a vote on whether or not the chair shut down Mr. Strahl's right to speak. You can ask Mr. Strahl if his right to speak was shut down. That is something you can ask him. What I'm voting on is the procedural matter of whether or not Section 116 was properly invoked. That's what I thought we were voting on. I don't know what's so difficult about that.
We were voting on the ruling of the chair, Dr. Lewis. That's what we were voting on. And for that, I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Mr. Iacono.
Yes.
Madame Koutrakis.
Oui.
Miss Murray.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Strahl.
No.
Mr. Muse.
No.
Dr. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Lewis.
No.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Oui.
Miss Zarillo.
Yes.
We have 7 yeas, 4 nays. Decision of the chair is sustained.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Dr.
I think
Lewis.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Straw.
Mr. Chair, I believe that the witness was going to talk to me about judicial oversight.
Well, you
or,
Colleagues,
Did I say I was the chair?
colleagues, I'd like to just remind everyone that the only person who's permitted here to give the floor to anyone is the chair.
Really out of order. And so are you in speaking to me. You're supposed to speak through the chair. You're out of order yourself.
And I'd also like to remind you, Dr. Lewis, that the only person who can give the floor to anyone is the chair. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Strahl, who had his hand up waiting patiently. Mr. Strahl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before the witness perhaps can answer, I just want to give a verbal notice of two motions. The first is that the committee ask Transport Canada to provide the committee with all documents relating to the cost estimate for the VIA HFR project and for a possible project allowing high-speed trains to run free of any redactions, that these documents be sent to the clerk of the committee in both official languages no later than January 12th, 2024. And the second notice of motion is that VIA HFR Incorporated produce to the committee all documents relating to the cost estimate for the HFR project and for a possible project allowing the circulation of high-speed trains free of any redactions, that these documents be sent to the clerk of the committee in both official languages no later than January 12th, 2024. So I just wanted to give verbal notice of those. And then I wanted to go back to the witnesses who I believe we were just going to get an answer as to the judicial oversight provisions that perhaps constrain. Sorry, I kind of forget where we were there, but Ms. Reid was going to turn it over to a colleague who was going to expand on her answer about the constraints on the minister's power or the minister's order-making power under this section.
I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Heft.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. As with any ministerial order power, it must be exercised by the minister, and therefore the threshold that's indicated, which in this case is an imminent harm to national security, national economic security, or competition that constitutes a significant threat to the safety and security of persons, goods, ships, or port facilities, or the security of supply chains, is the threshold that has to be met. That's a determination that is made by the minister based on the facts available at the time, if necessary, based on expert evidence, and it's made in accordance with the law. So interpretation at that time, given the facts that have arisen to require the potential use of the ministerial order power. Once the ministerial order is issued, if any affected persons were to take issue with whether that threshold was met, for example, then on judicial review, a court would review whether the power was properly exercised by the minister. We've previously discussed the thresholds on which judicial review takes place, meaning these two thresholds are court established standards of review, reasonableness, and correctness. On judicial review, a court looks at whether the minister's decision in light of the power in the act, and that would include the threshold, and the facts available to the minister at the time the decision was made. A correct decision is the only right answer in light of the law and the facts, and a court will find that the decision meets the correctness standard if the court would have made the exact same decision in the same circumstances. Whereas a reasonable decision has to be logical in light of the law and the facts. A court will find that a decision is reasonable if the decision is one of a range of potential decisions that could have been taken under the circumstances based on the law and the facts known at the time, even if there's a potential other reasonable decision that also may have been taken by the court.
So that the review and the correctness standard, the judicial review, is there anything is the minister's authority here absolute? If the Port Authority or the person in charge of a port facility disputes the minister's order, for instance, they say you need to allow that ship to dock or unload, or the example that was given would be a Port Authority saying you cannot unload, and the minister says, "Oh yes, they can." Does the legislation allow for an immediate appeal mechanism, or is the only appeal then to seek a court order outside of the legislation to overturn the minister's authority, or is this is that the only way that a port authority or person in charge of a port facility could dispute a ministerial order?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Strahl. It would be by way of judicial review. So the Port Authority or facility in question, if ordered to take a corrective measure and disagreed, would seek judicial review of that order.
Mr. Strahl, my apologies. I don't mean to cut you off once again, but we have reached the 8 o'clock mark. And I just want to respect everybody's time. We have no resources past 8 p.m. So, colleagues, we will resume on Wednesday. Before we do so, though, I just wanted to ask whether or not there was any objection to provide to our 4 witnesses the same ability that we have to join us virtually. There are extenuating circumstances, that being that there is a strike in Quebec. For those of you who are not aware, there's a strike in Quebec that is affecting hundreds of thousands of parents. And I don't know which one of our colleagues or witnesses that are appearing here are affected by this, but I would just like to award them, if possible, the ability to join us virtually with no objections from members of this committee. Okay, the TRAN 4, yes, Mr. Muse. I don't know if that'll happen. I don't know exactly if they're allowed to do that, but I just wanted to state categorically that we are in favor of you joining us virtually, if at all possible, at Wednesday's meeting. And with that, we are adjourned.